Yo, good evening, third shifties. Welcome to the NDA podcast, the totally random NDA podcast. I am your host, Rob D, aka Sketchcraft. I am working late tonight, as I will be for quite the month. And I'm just going to turn this on because it keeps me at my desk working, right? I mean, a little bit more motivated, a little bit less by myself. So if y'all want to chat, feel free to chat. Behind me is playing some Super Mario World, but over here I'm going to be playing some coloring I did on a Bane Chonky Bane. Hey, what's up, studio? I'm gonna go ahead and hit play now. This is a video I did. I did this I don't know, about a year or so ago. Here we go. So that's gonna be playing while I, over here on my desk, I'm going to be working on stuff that I can't share right now, but I am recording. So for the future NDA podcast, if you aren't aware how the format works, it works like this. I stream art that I did previously while I make art that I can't currently share because of NDAs. But this is how we can all hang out and hang out, and it should get going and chat while I do things that normally I would just disappear for a year or two. It's kind of how that would work. I would disappear for a year or two. So a little backstory on this particular piece. This was just a sketch that I did. Actually, I did it for Brandon, and then I was like, I'll finish this when I got time. I think that was 2017. And when I got done with all this video game stuff in 2021, I got around to doing this. So let's go ahead and speed it up a little bit. I'm going to roll it back a little bit. It's taking a couple minutes to get going. There we go. Now, this video is about 4 hours long. I'm going to be streaming for quite a while. So, again, if you have any questions or comments, feel free to ask away. I'm going to get to work. Oh. Sugar-free ginger beer here. I'll be sugar-free ginger beer. And I've certainly updated my workflow a bit since I did this original piece. Things have changed quite a bit over here on how I work a little bit more efficiently than this. But this was me kind of like starting over after working on Spyro and Crash 4 and Crash 5. You've heard about that. And Overwatch 2 and Crash Team Rumble, which was a bit of a different project at the time. This was me kind of starting over. And it was a bit of a journey from this piece to where I am today. So little known fact, fun fact about this particular piece, this is the one that got me the Spawn gig. So Todd saw this art on Instagram and basically just offered me the Spawn gig outright. If you don't know what that Spawn gig is, it's Spawn kills every Spawn available at comic shops right now and in the future. I'm certain you'll be able to get one somehow, maybe a trade. As of the time of this recording, issue 2 is shipped. Issue 3 is on its way. Why does it feel like it's a little sluggish today? Also, if you haven't realized or you don't know, I just put up a new video this week, a color pencil buyer's guide. Spent an entire hour going through my entire color pencils. And I also put up a new video last week of sketch versus sketchcraft, where every Friday, Steven Sanchez, also known as Sketch Art of Sanchez, or on YouTube, and me do a bit of an hour drawing. People pick a character, we each draw it for about an hour. So episode 4 is up now. Episode 5 will be up. It's already up on his channel. It'll be up on my channel on Monday. Last week we did Beetlejuice, and then the other day we did the Max. We'll let people make suggestions, and that's what we do. We draw them. If you want to sort of see what can kind of be done in an hour, A little bit of character design, a little bit of hanging out. It's every Friday, usually 4:15 Mountain Daylight, or 6:15 if you're on the East Coast. Sketch versus Sketchcraft. These days I tend to do a color roughie before I do this now. But again, I was in a bit of an art funk when I did this. So this was me kind of crawling out of the old art funk. You know, it happens to all of us. Hey, what's up, D Graves? How you doing? We're all just chilling here, doing the work, Oh, and sitting on my foot wrong, Not good. Yeah, see, I've changed my entire workflow from here. This is me when I used to use the lines. I could set them to overlay and kind of get the color I want. So it's color sampling. Now I sort of have it all worked out. So this is like a do it the hard way until you learn how to do it. You know, the easier way. I'm gonna be starting a new show soon, weekly. Well, I'll do for like an hour or two once a week. And what I'm gonna do is I haven't figured out what I'm gonna call it yet, but I know like what I want to do is show you guys how I sketch out shape design on paper and like conceptualize. Like I want to call it like maybe ideation nation or some shit like that, like something clever. I don't know, or something straightforward. I don't know what the like concept doesn't concept art, you know, like shape design, shapes for dummies. Yeah, maybe shapes for dummies. Let's make silly shapes. Let's character. I don't know. Let's think about this one. Let's think about how we can. But and I don't know if I'm gonna. Sometimes I might take like because we did this Max, you know, this week in Beetlejuice, and I was like, I really could like to sit down and just like concept this idea out more, you know. Don't know if I'll stream it. I think I might do it myself and then just post it. But maybe we'll do it live. Maybe we'll, I don't know. I don't know what would turn out the best. I don't want to edit. Really, I just want the damn algorithm not to hide my videos. So it's like when I do them stream and stuff, it just doesn't generally show anything. But maybe there's nothing I can do about that. Maybe I just do it live anyway. We just do it live. But what I definitely want to do is walk through like how I would sit down and sketch. Because a lot of times I do it on paper first. Like this started out as a pencil, like a pen sketch. And then I built it all up and clean and blah, 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 and punched the shapes up digitally when I went to the digital stuff. Maybe I'll just call it Sketchcraft Concepts. Sketchcraft Ideations. It's not clever, right? Do you just go SEO? Do you just go designing things on paper with a human 16 words long, you know? Made by humans. Trad art instead of tradwise. Why don't we do trad art? That has to be a thing, right? Trad art. I could have just done that now. They've already be doing trad. If there's tradwise, people have to be. I know they call it traditional art, but are people actually calling it trad art? Is that a thing? Has to be, right? Oh, we might have our first ban of the night. Looks like we might have our first ban of the night. We'll see. We'll see if that's a legit raid or if that's, you'll never know. I hope it's legit. You're welcome here if you want to hang out. But if you're spam, you're gonna get banned. Sketchcraft trad art. Why don't we build our own site only fan arts? Because we'll get sued, right? Not by the fan artists, but by OnlyFans. Because I really like the ideation phase of any project where no idea is wrong. You know, you're able to just sort of freely develop. And I really like that. Like, no, you can't really get in trouble for anything. There are no wrong rules. There are no wrong anythings. It's just, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this, it could be that. I have found artists to find it somewhat stressful. Some artists didn't like it because they feel lost, but that's when I feel the most free. Like, I know, a little Ghostbusters nod. Bane's tattoo. Let's take this, lock that, and then group. control here. Hey, what's up, studio? Do you work best during the late hours? Let me tell you, I work best when I'm not confused about what I'm working on. I prefer to work at like 4 a.m. to like noon, but my home life doesn't like, my wife doesn't like that schedule. So my hours are sort of dictated on like what makes her life a little easier or crazy deadlines. So I'm a little bit under the gun on a project right now. So we're going to be pulling some weird hours. That is not my preferred schedule. I do like being up at night, Like, ultimately, I've always been a night person, But I've had the 9 to 5 go into a physical art department job for years and years and years. Driving. I mean, one time I used to drive 2 hours to work. Because I couldn't afford to live where the art studio was located. We've all been through weird work situations, right? So, and that was really difficult. So, like those times, man, like I used to just take a nap after work in my car, and then drive home and work late at night and sleep for maybe. I was getting like 3 hours on, 3 hours of sleep, and then 4 hours of sleep. I did that for almost 2 years. I wouldn't recommend that. Chonky Bane was born in the darkness. Born at the buffet. Some days I don't. Some days, man, some guy just like I want to move fast, but then my mind's like, I don't know how to draw certain things. This needs to get you. You know what's funny, man? You know what's funny about that flow? Hold on, man. This is not. It's not the same thing. All right. If I was drawing a Dark Knight, the artist on that is brilliant. I can't top that mother. That dude is too good. I'm not that good. All right, compared to that dude is A+ tier. I'm B+ tier. C, B minus going into C some days. But I won't put myself down too much. Yeah, no, that dude's something special. But I'll show you. I'll send you a link. I caught a lot of flack for this when I did it, man, it's just taking a while to get through my DeviantArt, isn't it? Easier to send a DeviantArt link than my main site, sad to say. Okay. Like, they thought when I posted this, which I've streamed this before. When I posted that, guys, people were like, he's too big. He's too big. And I'm like, you guys, come on. Now look what you guys got. That ain't nothing. That's tiny. That's tiny. It's tiny, Batman. With the axe. Yeah, I haven't really read the issue, man. He has an axe now. I saw he has like the way he does the wings, I thought were really clever, you know. So maybe this Friday will or that, or I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to do anything with any kind of detail right now, guys. Like impossible right now. But maybe like a scribbly sketch or something, you know, might be fun. Oh, it turns into an axe. I see. I wonder if he got that idea from the people doing the fan art of the Batman being the guns, you know, which turned out to not be the case. But you know what I mean. Still interesting, an axe, but still dope looking comic, man. You know, he's super good. Super good. But that's like tiny, right? Compared to see how that changes. One day you're drawing the biggest Batman ever, the next day they're like, "Oh man, it's tiny. It's nothing. It's small potatoes." The Chonky thing kind of came from just like, you know, everyone doing chibi stuff like the Scotty babies, and I didn't want to like just do that. I was like, maybe there's a way you can like really just chunk them up so they're not really babies, you know? They're just like super deformed, right? Like some kind of like cross between the puzzle fighter stuff, right? And like a little bit of Cross Maglia in there, a little bit of 90s, you know, kind of Rob Schrabby kind of stuff, you know, which was not my articulate like decision at the time. It's just looking at it now, I would say it kind of falls into like that area. You know? I think they called it super deformed in the 90s, but I don't think that's a kosher terminology these days. Going to NYC? No, I don't. I'm not doing any conventions, guys. I only did San Diego because I'm from San Diego, and so it was an excuse to kind of go back home and say hi, you know, to like friends and stuff. But I don't do conventions, man. Like the print circuit and the convention circuit, and like all that stuff. I don't really make money doing it. Maybe in the future, if that turns out to be something that, you know, seems possible, but I highly doubt it, folks. It's too much time and money for myself. Just be here streaming and streaming art. Just have to sell what I can in my own little store at shopsketchcraft.com. I've got a few issues left, you know, from like issue 1. So at some point, I'll put some remarks up there and commission slots. It seems like a grind, but love connecting with some great. Hey, I love connecting with people, but I gotta tell you, the last time we did a convention, I kind of ate $1,000, which was 2017. So I'm like, if I'm gonna spend $1,000, I'd rather just go on an actual vacation. You know, I mean, if I get bored on a vacation, I can always take a commission. You know, but I'm just not. But I definitely like saying hi to people, you know. But what can I do? You know? Every now and then I get like some indie cons say, hey man, we'll fly you out, and then they just don't, you know. They just don't. Like I got a guy, a shop owner, who was saying he'd fly me out, pay for everything this December to go to a shop up in Phoenix, but then he disappears, right? So, yeah. Say hi in the chat. Let's say hi in the chat. So it's like, I'm not, you know. Loving the detail on the tubes. Oh yeah, all the little flowy bubbles and stuff, right? Those are fun. I got a lot of like soft, pillowy smoke and spawn kills, especially the last 2 issues. Like that kind of steamy smoke, you know, that's always fun to draw. This absolute pain? Nah, man, I designed this back in 2017, man. This little piece of fan art got me the Spawn gig, Michael. It was all just ahead of the curve over here. Explosive Spawn versus Bane in a Lucha Libre match. Oh, that'd be fun. I'd really hoped to draw Overkill like this, but I did not get Overkill on my list. No spoilers here, but just don't get your hopes up for that one. No, it's like I got a list of like things. If we do another one, I'm like, I'd like to do this and that. You know, like, you know, think of paid my dues. Mike says, with winner taking on Absolute Lobo. You saw my Lobo, right, Michael? Yeah. Do a Chonky. Lobo Chonk. That would be fun. See, we should just make a villain called Absolute, and we'll do Absolute. Or a new character named Soul Looter. Soul Looter? Absolute Soul Looter. Soul Looter. Salute? Absoluter. I get it. Absoluter, like absolute. Just name him Ooter, so it's Absoluter. It's Ooter. He's like an otter, right? But he's Ooter. See? The Ooter. Absoluter. Could be a rogue demon trying to get a soul collectivist for. Yeah. See, what we call that is an unsolicited idea, Michael. And now, if anything ever appears like that in Spawn, you're going to go, Rob stole it. So, be careful of submitting unsolicited ideas. I mean, it happened to, Eric Larson back on Savage Dragon, right? Remember when he did the character creation contest? Back on, like, issue 10? And it was like, from then on out, anytime he put any character in the book that vaguely resembled something someone had sent in, he was accused of stealing every single time. You can have it. You say that until it appears in a movie, and then you're like, I didn't get paid. It's like I get no royalties on derivatives, right? So, like every parody spawn I've ever. That's why there's so many parody spawns. I'm like, I think I put in like 81 parody spawns by the second issue. You just want a high five, a dainty fist bump. Dainty fist bump would be a great name for a teen band. Like an emo band or dainty fist bump. They probably would have had this color by now. This was me working through the art block. You know, it's kind of a shame because I think the people that got me the gig with Blizzard, they were trying to like keep us all employed, you know, and I was super appreciative of that. But when it became clear that, you know, it wasn't quite working out, I think the people that did that took it personal with me and were like, hey man, you know, I had to fight for you. And I'm like, well then don't fight for me. I didn't ask you to. I didn't tell them that, you know. I just said thank you. But in my mind, I'm like, I didn't ask you to fight for me. I did not know we were fighting for this job. I thought it was being like, we were like, hey, we're gonna move you from one project to the next. Great, you know. Here's what I would do. And it's a shame because a lot of people that used to work with me have since gone on to work on other projects, and they have not asked me back, you know, on anything. So I was like, it's like that, huh? You know, that's how petty this industry can get, folks. You know, if you're not just constantly fucking kissing ass, it's like, hey man, do I have to fucking like every fucking thing? Like seriously? Like, I don't bite the hand that feeds. Like I praise, but it's like I had a really horrible time. You sent me to a place where everyone got me too'd like 6 months after I left, or 3 months after. It wasn't even that long. You know, but so it's like there's a video, right? How many people we got here? How much trouble can I get into? Let's see, how many people we got watching? 6 people? Okay, that's not so bad. So there's a video out that a guy named Liam Robertson put together about Crash 5, you know? And other artists, other people working at Toys for Bob have since come out to confirm that. So I'm like, yeah, you know, like I'm not making a post about it, but yeah, it was a real game, you know? But, you know, one of the ideas that I had pitched, and there's a lot of stuff in that video that has never been, there's stuff that it still isn't out, but a lot of it, my concept there, but I pitched this idea of mixing Psychonauts in with Crash, where you can go into the minds of his enemies, because they were going to have like this school and they were trying to figure out like how to work the teachers in, you know? And so I was like, what if you went into the minds of the teachers and, you know, you could see their backstories, maybe help them, or I don't know, you know, try to solve their problems, you know, in a way, the way Psychonauts does. Or I even did a version of like, it could be, there was even a version I did some concept art where it was like a matrix called I call it the Wumpix. They didn't use any of that stuff, but this idea of going into people's minds, you know, and because I'm a huge Double Fine fan, you know, like always have been. Tim Schafer, right or die, and did some pretty fun concept art for that. And fans were like, man, that idea was great. You know, you could do a whole game out of that. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. And but I'm the one who came up with it, you know, like, and it just sort of dawned on me today. They could end up making that game and I will have nothing to do with it. You know? And I'm like, I mean, granted they paid, but it's just like, I don't know, but it just, I got the Gitchy, you know what I mean? So I was like, what if they do end up making that game? And I don't, because there was a lot of times I came up with ideas that were used in Crash 4 that were great, and I know they were great because they handed them off to other people to take on, and then they kept putting me on stupid shit, you know? And then I got like an apology for it when the game was over. Like, sorry, man, we could have used you more. I'm like, but it just sucks because sometimes, man, people can like stereotype you. Even within an art studio, they can stereotype you. Like they think you don't do anything, or you think you do one thing, and it's like, actually, I'm pretty good at coming up with ideas, like ideas that are not normal. All right, like, but I have to like I don't know. It's just tough on those kinds of things to feel comfortable enough to do it. But on that particular ideation phase of Crash 5, I put so many ideas, guys, down. Like, I mean, I'm hoping I could show it one day. Like, so many ideas in like a 2-week period. I was drawing. There's a new Hayao Miyazaki documentary up on HBO on when he worked on The Boy and the Hero, and he talked about opening your brain lid. He called it. He opens up his brain lid. He's like, I may have opened it too much. I opened up my brain lid, and then I had to shut it. I was forced to shut it to work on Overwatch and stuff, and that threw me into a real mess, a real psychological mess, if you can believe that. I don't have too many of those moments, but it felt like torture. So this is a very conservative way of trying to like work through all that. But even now, I haven't really been able to kind of go back to that level of creativity. And I'm hoping, that, well, whatever happens, like whenever Spawn's done, like I will definitely do that. But there are things that even on this book I couldn't do because they're just weird. They're just weird for comic book guys. They get a hard time getting their head around some things. And I don't think they're weird. It's just they're different. And this industry, or any industry for the matter, doesn't really reward creativity. It rewards technical skill to an extent. It rewards certain things, but it's like a giant Batman is just the Dark Knight Returns. Like that's not a new thing. But it's a new thing when everything that's been drawn for the last 15 years has been like David Finch's Batman, right? And I like Finch. I'm not shitting on him. I'm just saying that's kind of a fact, You look at the majority of DC art, it leans heavily towards Lee and Finch and the look and style. Except Capullo, he did his own thing, right? But by and large, that's what people were doing. So... But yeah, I mean, it dawned on me, 10, 15 years, no, 10, no, okay, 14 years ago, 2010, Jesus Christ, that if I drew The Dark Knight Returns as is, at that point, DC would not hire me. It would be seen as too cartoony. And it really angered me, I'm like, what happened? What happened to, like, high-level cartooning? There's nothing realistic of looking about The Dark Knight Returns at all. But here we are. So I think now the infusion has been to mix manga in with that sort of kind of cartooning. So Absolute Batman to me looks like guys who grew up with, high-level manga skills, and then they're applying the cartooning with the manga. Which I'm not complaining. I'm a huge manga fan, but it still doesn't help me any because they're gonna whatever I get. Like this is like they look at this. I'm gonna tell you right now. Editors look at this and they put you on a kid's book. I'm telling you right now. They'll be like, "Hey, Rob, why don't you go draw multiverses?" I'm like, this is too aggressive for like a 5-year-old, man. I want that 13-year-old punk. I want street punk kid. And that's not boy, girl. That's anybody, Like punk cartooning. Yeah, it does bum me out, when I see guys that I used to work with just, they go, you know what? Just, I wasn't in the popular kids group, I guess. I guess that's what it was, And I know that happened because I got an apology for it at the end. You know, yeah, we definitely kind of forgot about you. I don't know, guys. You know, boo-hoo, right? So even now, I'm trying, but it's like it's kind of hard. You know, I mean, it's not kind of hard. It's extremely difficult to do what you do and to get anyone to care about it. You know, I'm good at getting like a few people. And then several years later, you're like, "Hey, that looks familiar. What happened?" I'm like, ahead of my time, too ahead of my time. That's what it was. Fine. Like I got a story I'm developing now, you know, creator-owned thing that I'm like, I don't know, you know, like it's nothing like what Spawn is or this stuff is, but it's like, you know, I guess I feel like I have to make the thing that will never get approved. Like this would never get approved, you know. But then Todd saw it and gave me a job, and then, man, you'd think they would just let me draw something like this. It's weird. Hey, what's up, Rick? You know, if we do another one, I'll get it in. You know, I will get it in. I say that, then watch tomorrow will be an email. Hey man, we want you to be part of this. Oh yeah, I don't know. You know, I'm still a little bitter's not the word. I'm not bitter, but I'm a little in PTSD from the final days of all that. You know, a little bit of. That's why I feel for any studio. It's like you work your ass off, and then your game comes out. It is rated well. Everyone likes it, but it sold 1 million copies instead of 20 million, and then they just cancel you. You know, they shut the whole thing down. It's like, what's the point of working? You know. I mean, like, people have any idea on Spawn, like, how many fucking spikes I gotta draw on a little tiny Ren and Stimpy size dude, you know, or a Zim size guy, you know? I draw him with the full Capullo boot, you know? Go give it a shot. Give it a try. Like, see how easy that is. You know, and so it's like I got some guys reviewed me and they're just like, oh, you know, it's real cutesy, and I'm just like, or it just looks just like Zim. I'm like, Zim doesn't have this kind of detail on him. I've drawn Zim. I mean, not officially, but I've drawn Zim. It doesn't. I'd have a lot more issues done if I drew this like Zim. I can assure you. Your work on Spawn Kill. Oh, thanks, Rick. You know, like it's very. That's like another thing too. Like I did the Easter egg stuff because like I'm trying to like world build. I tell people like I met George Perez in like 96-ish, you know, at Comic-Con. And I love that throne room scene he did in Future Imperfect, right? Like a lot of it. Just could stare at it for years, you know. To this day, I'm still like looking around it. And I told him how much I love that. And he said something to me that, you know, I never forgot, right? And it was like, he said that each one of those trophies, it wasn't like, we didn't have the term Easter eggs, but it wasn't like he was trying to draw every little character. He was basically said that it was a story of an issue that had already happened, but it was never published. You know, that you could have done an issue or a 2 issue or a 3 issue on any one of those or any 3 of those items. So like I always try to think about it that way, like, you know, world build and leave stories in the visual, you know, that's being hidden back there. So if you pay attention and look for it, you're getting more than what's in the actual narrative, you know. So and obviously not everything I'm doing in the books particularly that, but that's the mentality I try to take. It's like I'm not just like, let me go find every issue of Spawn and put it on the walls. I mean, there's things I'm doing where it's like video game boxes that I've spoofed, you know, and then like there's one coming out, you know, like okay, no, I'm not gonna say I don't want to ruin that one, but whatever. Like there's okay, someone had said when Todd posted some art, people were showing his fan artist who did this really dope ass Earthworm Jim, you know, Spawn stuff. Guy's super good. Whoever did that, super good. And they were like, the people were like, you should get that guy to draw this book. So then I'm like, oh man, that guy would be dope. Then I remembered, oh yeah, I would lose the job if that guy were drawing. Like that's fans. Fans are just like, ah, fuck this guy. You should get this dude. And so then I'm like, all right, that's a fun idea. So I put Violator Jim on one of the signs somewhere in a future issue, you know? Like, and that's a nod to that guy without actually drawing that guy's stuff, because then I'll get caught. You swiped him. No, I'm nodding to that, but I'm not gonna just, you know, how about Violator Jim? You know? But it is funny when you guys start doing things, immediately people, if they don't know you, they go, you know who should be doing this? Someone else. It's always hard to like take that compliment. You're like, all right, sorry. All I know, man, is nobody else would have taken this gig and put the amount of shit in it I did. Nobody. You know, it's too much work. So you can like imagine anyone else doing it, but they wouldn't do it. And forget like the amount of stuff. Like I spent a lot of time on expressions, man. Like expressions. You know, he has the mouth because I wanted him to emote. And if you look at the other Spawn books, there's no mouth. Like sometimes there is, but it's always like a weird gremlin-like smile. I don't know, man. Like I wanted him to be able to cry. I wanted him to be able to smile. I wanted him to blush. You know, so it's like, it's just tough because he's kind of supposed to be Calvin size, you know, with a little pot belly. But then it's like when he jumps across. What is this shit? Oh, I redid the wrong thing. I have to like stretch him out. So I think some artists think that means he's like the size of a teenager. He isn't. Okay, edit. I flipped it the wrong way. Okay, there we go. But these are the things you guys got to like think about, you know, whenever you're doing a new design. It's not just, do I make a hand bigger or a boot bigger? It's like, you got to figure out, where are you going with this? You know, what do you want to use this for? What do you want him to do? You know, like this one, I wanted the tiniest of feet. He's got little Liefeld feet, you know, and I wanted Miglia hair. And then I made his face more skull-like, right, with the mask. So he's got a little bit more skull-like. Rick says, issue 2 on Spawn Kills. The last double page spread was the same crazy, so many crazy. Yeah, on that one, John gave me a list. And then I think I added 20 or 30 more on top of it. You know? But that was a weird one because I didn't know, should we do them all black, gray, you know, gray, red, and white? should we make them colored? Like I did a mixture. Some of them have the gray and red, and then a lot of them are colored. I don't know. I still don't know to this day which way that should have been done. So like, yeah, there's like 70 of them on there, I think. But and I hid the Waldo. Plus, if you look in the donut box, it's full, but one's missing, and that's the donut Homer Spawn is eating. Like, what other artists these days think about it, folks? Like, does that matter? Does that mean I should sell 10,000 more copies? I don't know, you know, but do you want an artist that's thinking like that, or do you want someone that's giving you the same fist punch? I mean, I'll give you a fist punch. I mean, I gotta have a script where they punch, you know. It's just stuff like that, you know. I love that kind of stuff, you know, where if you look, you can. There's some storytelling there. Also, Rick, no one's picked up on this, but how many people are in here? I'll give you a little. There's 4 people. Great. So, in Spawn Kills Every Spawn, if you look on the walls, anytime there's a photo of a landscape, that landscape is some panel from a Calvin and Hobbes strip that I've redrawn and eliminated any characters from. So they're all sceneries from Calvin and Hobbes. There's a city, there's an aircraft carrier, there's the actual hometown shot in issue 1 or issue 2. It's on the wall behind his bed. But I can assure you, what? I'm looking at one around. Yeah, that's what that is, man. So that's why I was like, yeah, there's Easter eggs in there that no one's going to get, you know? Like, and if it got printed to treasury size, you'll see more stuff because all the pages were submitted at 600 DPI, including the colors. So if they did an oversize, which I've pitched them on that, you know, we'll see what they do. You'll see things that you can't see. And it was designed that way. I designed it to be like, you're not going to get everything because of the size of the comic, you know. But if they, you know, kind of, to me, I'm like, well, it encourages them to print a bigger version. Don't you think this art should be bigger? But sales will dictate that. Sales will dictate that, you know. Yeah, between you and me, I told them to call it the overt sized edition. We'll see if they ever do that. With a T, right? Like overt kill. I'm a bit of a punter. Yeah, I think my favorite gag in issue 2 is when he's on. There was this wall, like plans on how to kill spawns. It's supposed to be a wall, and it was like, here's all the different ways you can kill spawns. And I put spogs on there. Like I drew the box of spogs because like when that came out, like they sold for shit. It was like the first thing you put out that never sold for Spawn. So, and I had a box of spogs, dude. Like I got them. They were like $100 when they came in, and I got them for like 15, 20 bucks, somewhere around there. Moby. I worked real hard on getting that damn whale. Like that panel scared me because it was written like, I'm like, man, how can you laugh at whale hunting, right? You know. So like I spent an inordinate amount of time. The expression's one thing. I try to give his flippers to make them look more like a McDonald's mascot or something, you know, like when you go to McDonald's or Disneyland, like a Disneyland mascot. Like it'd be more like killing Barney, you know? Yeah, I spent a long time on that one. That one, I was like, oh, if this isn't funny, I'm gonna get a lot of shit. You know, they're gonna be like, that guy draws whale hunting and he enjoys it. You know, I'm like, no, that one's scared, Rob. But yeah, there's tons of verbiage I put on the signs outside the audition hall that if they did an oversized, you'll be able to read all of it. You know, I recognize that you know you can't read it at comic size, but I'm like, so what? It's there. You know, you can't read everything when you take a photo. At least you used to not be able to until 4K phones. You know. Like one of them says, "We put the fun in funeral." You know. One of them says, "Must love homicide." One of them goes, "Warning: high mortality rate, but great dental." Like I wrote all that stuff. You know. The last page of that issue was a little tricky because initially it was supposed to be one hot babe spawn. And I laid it out, and Todd was like, "It doesn't feel like the end of an issue, bud. You know, you gotta do something better." And I'm like, "But that's what the script says, bud." Like, I didn't tell him that, but you know what I mean? It's like, well, that's the script, man. So I'm like, all right. If I'm spoofing 90s things, I remember in my head there was the Baywatch girls who would say Baywatch, all three of them across their bathing suits. So I'll put Basebon and I'll put three hot Basebon chicks with the surfboard. So I'm like, that's a goof, you know? But I don't know if we're gonna do any more, guys. You know, they told me I wouldn't even know till like issue 3 orders came in. I got an email about how great the sales were for pre-orders were for issue 1, but they haven't said anything about issue 2, so that's not. I mean, maybe they did and they're just not telling me, but I don't know, guys. So I definitely appreciate everyone picking up a copy, you know. But it's quite possible this sort of thing was really a one-issue idea for folks, you know. We'll see. We'll see. You like how I added the spike? Yeah, the spikes on the life preserver. Well, they're base buttons. They gotta have spikes, right? Yeah, maybe one day I'll get to draw a Hassel spawn. Right? David Hasselspun. These characters I make for killer action figures and minis. Not if no one buys them. You know? Not if no one buys them, man. I don't think he can do parody figures. So, you know. I think the action figure parody thing is where things get a little dicey. I don't know how that works. I do try to draw everything. I do like toys, you know. Because to me, it's like playing with action figures. So it's just that's the way I envision it, and it wasn't always the case with my stuff. I was afraid to do that for the longest time because I was like, "There's no market. There's no way to get into this business doing it." But eventually, I just got tired. Got so tired of drawing. Like people just wanted me to draw like J. Scott Campbell. I think that was like when I started in comics. That was like if you're gonna get into like covers, that was like I was drawing these books like at Big Dog Ink. And, you know, those kind of Zenoscope guys. You know, I didn't draw anything with Zenoscope, but you know, that kind of cheesecake stuff. And I was just like, I got pretty bored with it pretty quickly. So I started like I did this one cover with this Cupid, and so I gave her these little like she's supposed to be Cupid. So I did this like hot chick with red angel wings, and I gave her Cupid armor. But I actually gave her little Cupid minions, you know, and then like samurai kind of like rose heart armor with, and they had like bows and they were shooting hearts, you know. And people loved it, but the owner of that company, Tom, I'll call him out, fucking hated it. He's like, well, they aren't in the book. I'm like, well, then put them in the book. I just gave you something, man. Like, you know? And so the next one I had to do was like Easter. So I did this devil looking Easter bunny chick, or Easter devil chick. And then I gave her these like Easter bunnies that were like critters, you know? The movie Critters. And he was like, stop doing the fucking cute thing, you know? And I'm like, how about I just... And so the next one, he was like, I'm going to tell you exactly what to put on the cover. I don't want you doing anything that I don't tell you to put on the cover. And he gave me this one where it was like a pole dancer. And I drew it. And it's fucking horrible. I hate it, you know? I hate it. And I quit, you know? I said, I can't do this anymore. I can't. I'm not interested in drawing chick pole strippers, man. Like, I have nothing against dancers. I grew up in... My dad, you know, did security for a strip club my entire life. I've worked at the strip. I've worked at... I keep forgetting I've done security there, but not a lot. I told my dad, it's boring. It's like, there's nothing to it. You know, if it were like a Toontown thing, you know, we could do something with that. But it's just not interesting enough for me. So, but, and then, you know, years later, he apologized. He's like, hey, man, I'm sorry I was a dick. And I was like, so we kind of started, I was designing a character for him. And again, it was just, I was getting these fucking notes. And I'm like, you know what? I don't need this shit. Like, I was drawing chicks with thick legs. And he was like, stop drawing women with thick legs. My audience doesn't like that. And I'm like, have you seen your audience? Have you seen, like, what are you talking about? You know, and I said, can you make a post asking people if they like, but and the reality is I don't think his audience liked my art much at all. I think the more cartoonier I got, the less interested they were in it. Didn't mean it was good art or bad art. It's just, you know, he is right to an extent. It's a fucking limited ass audience. They want one thing over and over again, you know, and it's like, you know, and I just refuse to do it. And I lost so much work just refusing to do it. It kind of came back in the long run, you know. I mean, here I am, right? But you know, so that means, you know, I just learned a good lesson, and the lesson is, I only have so many years to live on this planet, and I'm not going to spend them drawing shit I don't want to draw. You know. I tell this stuff to like Steven, and I think he thinks like I'm blowing it out of proportion or making myself look like I'm some kind of like I'm always like thinking I'm an underdog or something. Like, no, this is how my career has gone. I've only had a couple notes from Todd on this book, and they were fair notes, you know. It was like, you know, Chibi can be mad, he can be whatever, but he's supposed to look cute. It's like I kind of drew him. There's a one panel, issue 1, where he kind of goes psychotic, and I drew him really out there. But in my head, I was like, what if, like, when spawns go bad, they become violators, you know? So I kind of gave him, like, this violator expression-ish, you know, where he goes, but Todd was like, don't have to change anything, but just moving forward, you know? I'm like, all right, I guess we won't be doing that idea. That doesn't always know. Hey, look, man, he pays the bills. There's a line. You ever seen Dangerous Days, the making of Blade Runner? And Hampton Fancher is the guy who wrote that script, and he was on the project from the very beginning. When there was a point where it was only Hampton Fancher. Hampton's like an old school 70s writer, you know. The written word is king. He's very artsy, I love the guy, right? Hampton he's wonderful. But when Ridley Scott came on board, Ridley wanted some changes, and Hampton was like, no, he's just doing that combative, you know, artist thing. And there's a point where this guy says, he goes, Hampton, I know me mate, and my mate's gonna get what he wants, you know. And he's like, you can't get rid of me, I've been the writer. And Hampton really got rid of him. So I think Todd is, if I had to put my money on it, I'd say Todd is very much like Ridley Scott. You know, like he doesn't ask for much, but if he wants a change, I'm not going to argue with him. You know, I go, yes, you got it. I don't agree with it. You know, I'm not going to make a giant blog post about it. I think he was right on this one. Like, you know, I think he was right, but there is fun. I did get someone say I draw too cute for this, and they wanted more crazier Harvey Kurtzman like expressions. And I'm like, well, I did that once, and that did not go over well. So I plan on making them even more cute, to be honest with you. My initial idea was I want this to be, you know, more Zim. But the problem is the problem with doing the Zim thing or Calvin with this character 100% is Todd wants this. If you ever submit art to Todd McFarlane, I'm going to give you a little tip. Todd likes on his pages to have different head sizes on every panel. Okay, he wants page variety. He wants page variety, so he wants different head sizes. Now, that makes a lot of sense when you've got human-sized head, because there's almost an infinite amount of detail on the human face, right? When you zoom in. But when you got like a little dude, that head, changing his head size changes the world scale. If you make Stitch really big, it makes everything else really big. It doesn't look like you're zooming in on his face. It magnifies everything. And so quite quickly, you sort of find out that it's tricky to do that. It's very tricky to do it. And I've seen other people try to draw this character, and I've seen them come up with the head size problem. And I mean, I can see other people struggling with that. So I have, by I think the third issue, I kind of worked out how to deal with it, but it took me a couple issues to like figure out head shapes that work and don't work very quickly. Yeah, what's up, Mark? Been a while, Mark. Maybe. Like, take this little Chonky Bane. I zoom in on his face. You know, it's fine, but on a page, it makes it very difficult when you're storytelling to zoom in and out all the time. Like, that's why, like, characters like Calvin on Calvin and Hobbes are generally the same head sizes. Because if they have like little knobby knees, you got to blow those up too, and that means you have to change his proportions, or you draw the knobby knees really big and it doesn't look right. It doesn't. I'm just telling you now, you have to change. So there's like different versions of this character depending on the way you stretch them. And I've had to learn several different like shape types for everything. Hey, what's up, Psycho? I don't know if that's a benefit to comics or not, you know? I've definitely come up with really dynamic poses I had never intended on doing with this character, so there's definitely a benefit to that. But it's also presented, I think, it's presented me with problems. Like, I think when the character is at home, if I had 100% control, anytime Chibi, I call him Chibi Spawn. I guess they call him Spawny now, but I call him Chibi Spawn. Anytime Chibi is in, by the way, I call him Chibi because it's like a goof. Like, Chibis are generally really cute, and I wanted this guy to not be cute, you know? So I thought it'd be funny if he was called Chibi because he's not cute. He's like a little ugly turd. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I think anytime he's indoors or doing normal stuff, he should be about the same size. And then you should only start to stretch it out when you're in action scenes, you know. But it makes it difficult because I would do the book if I could. All the interior stuff would be more like a traditional comic strip, and then it would turn into an image comic when we get into action scenes. Or we need a big double page spread of something, you know. But again, you know, I'm afforded a lot of leeway. I get very little like do it this way, you know, direction, but the head thing is something I can't really get around. So and I think, like, you know, as an artist, you gotta, if you're gonna draw some stuff, you're gonna be presented with certain challenges on any given project. And it's just the nature of the way it goes. It was like on Crash Bandicoot. I was on Crash 4 for a year. And it was a year in, someone told me, hey, because I was drawing a gun for like a skin pack. And they were like, hey, I drew the gun to normal. And they're like, 45-degree angles, no straight lines. You know? And I'm like, hey, style guide with notes. You know, like it's been out this a year. Like, when did that come out? I'm all for it, but you know, I wasn't in the meeting when you guys all decide. No one told me after that meeting. It was like I was drawing too cartoony for comics, but not cartoony enough for them. So since then, I've tried to like really kind of find somewhere in between so I could push it more one way. I'm never pushing it less cartoony. Let's just be straight up about that. Like, I have no interest in being like, here's my serious art, you know? I think you could tell serious stories with unserious art, you know? But I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to be like, even like when I did Final Fantasy stuff, like I always, you see, I've seen it, you know? It'll still have cartooning on some level, you know? Doesn't mean it doesn't have to have edge. It can still have edge. You can do cartooning and have edge. But I'm not going to be like, insert anime artist guy, 2,003,601 because that was the gig. I'll just not take the gig. But man, there's so many of these gloves, like ways to draw the glove. I've found how to do. The stretch and squash on the Capula glove is something that I'm always like having fun with. Author says it's really hard to find info in the more cartoony style. Everyone wants to do marble, photoreal, or generic anime. Yeah, man, shape design. So I got a series I want to start soon where we'll do shape design on paper, like how I find shapes, you know. I'm thinking about doing that. I just don't know what to call it yet. You know, we could take it further. We could take those things further to digital, and like, here's how you can, you know, refine it, you know, and push it forward. But the long and short of it, man, is shape design is like, I have found the best way to kind of like learn is to constantly be doing gesturals and then finding your best gesturals, time gesturals, and then learning how to start to carve shapes and then reconstructing those things three-dimensionally and then back and forth. And then that's how you can like learn it. How much of that I'll do as a video, I don't know, because I think a lot of people don't want to spend the time doing that, but I kind of just want to like draw something tomorrow. You know, it's so different. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying, you know, just like that's been my experience with giving the real. Here's how, if you really want to go to a certain place as an artist, here's how you can do that. But it's so difficult to get people on board with that sort of thing. But I think they may think like I'm exaggerating it, but it took me many years, many years. And even now, I only really feel like I'm starting to make shapes that I'm like super like, oh wow, like I'm creating some shapes that I've never seen before, you know, or they would be like, oh, it feels like Rob drew it, you know. And that took me 20 years, you know. I don't think it'll take everyone 20 years, but drawing's hard for me. You know, drawing's hard for me. But I do enjoy the ideation process and figuring out stuff. So, and I have some tools, you know, some processes I've come up with that. And I do think that's worth sharing. You know, the capitalist in me says I made a video you could buy on my whatever, but maybe the more, I don't know. I never feel good charging for that stuff because I'll get like 3 people, you know? So I don't know how well that'll work out. It's like, why charge it 3 people? I figure those people should be rewarded for really wanting to learn. Why should they have to pay? You know, I think if 300,000 people wanted to learn, then you charge because, you know, there's money to be made there. But if it's like 3 dedicated artists, how do they get the info for free? That maybe that doesn't make me a good business person, but that's just how I see it, you know. Drawing is hard, Baldwin says. If I do another page of random circles and bones. Yeah. I do think there are different ways you can make some of that stuff fun, you know? But at the end of the day, there is a level of like, there's just a technical side you have to learn. And then once you learn the technical side, you have to undo the technical side and go pure emotion. If you start with the emotion, you're going to eventually hit a wall you can't surpass. You know, sometimes you can see artists, I call it parodying themselves, where they start to they drew their style, and their style becomes so fast, they draw a lot of it, then eventually the bigger heads become really big heads. The bigger feet become 10 times the bigger feet. And then it sort of looks like a goof. It looks like they're parodying. I always say that, folks. Parodying themselves. So my way around parodying myself, parodying, is to constantly be jumping between construction and gestural. So my free drawing on paper is gestural, and then digital I'll build up silhouettes and construct or reconstruct over those sketches I did on paper, you know, and pump up shapes and make sure they're three-dimensional, and make certain things easier to read, or make things a little more whatever it needs. It needs to feel like you've iterated properly. It doesn't feel like it feels like the next logical version of this idea. It doesn't feel like, oh man, I turned it in, you know. I turned it in. It's done. I'm a guy who gets things done on time. It's like, yeah, but if they're done wrong, then what did you turn in? Like I tried to do a roughie and a draw with 100% brush when I'm working digitally now, and then I'll do the final lines. But sometimes on the book, man, sometimes on the character specifically, I need to do another clean pass over that final line because it's not enough. You know, it's not enough. So it's like you have to budget that time in, you know. Sometimes I don't need to. Sometimes I'm like right in the groove and I get it, but often I'm not good enough to do that. So I got to do another pass. So what I'll do is when I know I'm in that mood, you can sense it. So I have the roughie, the 100% hard line drawing, and then that cleanup one. Well, on that one, I'll flip the canvas, do the cleanup, flip so I can fix it. And then when I flip it back over, I'll turn those lines red and do one extra pass. So that way I did a flip on that. So I feel like I'm not just drawing it the same thing over and over again. Like I'm actually like fixing perspective or correction, whatever, you know, like I'm pumping up the shapes. I'm not just drawing the same thing over, you know, a third time. But like that wall of characters you see, like the Mullen line, that was like 3 passes on everyone. And then I think on the ones up in the front, it was the 4 pass. All the characters up in the front were 4 pass. But the ones in the back were 3 pass. And then some of them need only 1, like Waldo. I threw Waldo in. I just drew that. It wasn't a big deal. Hey, what's up, Jerry? I mean, that's the part where like guys who review comics, a lot of them just don't have that knowledge, or they don't even care. You know, they don't even care what it takes to get this stuff down. And that's why so many artists have leaned on 3D models to get around all that stuff. You know, they've just leaned on 3D models or photo reference. So they don't, you know, it's all figured out. I just copy it and be done with it. And I'm like, well, that's why all these things look the same. And so, you know, when I see a guy reviewing comics and he's like, hey, all my hobbies are playing D&D and video games, I'm like, okay, that's great. But like, tell me you're hiking or you're writing books. Tell me you're doing something other than just writing reviews. Tell me you're writing a book of reviews. Tell me you're writing, doesn't have to be fiction, it can be nonfiction, but tell me you're doing more writing than this. Because if you aren't, then you're just bringing your fandom, your reviews based on your your purchasing preference. Your purchasing preference. What are you, a historian? Are you studying? Like, are you studying, you know, the history of cartooning? How now, you know, are you writing about it all the time? Are you doing a video series on like recommending things people can go look up and the history of EC Comics or the history of French cartooning? Do you know what's gone on in Italy with, you know, the Disney Italy books over the last 50 years? Like, what else are you doing other than playing D&D and playing video games? I love those things too, but like, you got to be making or doing something beyond just, here's what I like to read, and if I don't like what I, you know, if this doesn't fit what I like to read, then this is a bad review. It's like, you know, I saw guys giving this book a fucking 4 out of 10, and I'm like, seriously, this is a 4 out of 10. I get given it a 7, you know, an 8. I don't think it's a 10. I get maybe a 6.5. I could see on some level, sure, but a 4. This is a fucking 4. All right, you know what I mean? Like, buddy, come over here and try to do what I'm doing on any level and tell me if this is 4 effort, you know? Well, the final thing is a 4. I don't really know what the... No. That's not the same thing, you know? I know what a 4 book, because I've worked on books that required no effort, you know? And it's just like, they just don't take any of that into account, you know? There's one way to review a comic, and it's, does this mean anything? Will it be worth anything? Does it mean anything? Will it be worth anything? You know, that's it. That's all they're reviewing it on. How can I CGC this, or how does this fit into like the larger thing, or how does this become the next big dramatic thing? And it's like, there used to be books like Magic Pickle, man, and they weren't brilliant narratives. They were just fun indie books, you know? Books like Pete the Peeled Postal Worker, which was written by some really crazy conservative dudes, but was a funny ass fucking book that should have been like a Liquid Television style cartoon, you know, that would have been up there with The Head. You know, that's all gone now. Not just because of these kinds of reviews, but this kind of mentality. You know, and I kind of saw it really take hold of comics around the time the Ultimates kind of started. You know, and I love the Ultimates. I'm just saying, like, when I notice these things kind of come in, you know. So it's like, you know, when someone's putting that kind of work in and you give it a 4, it just discourages anyone from looking at it. They can't even make up their own mind. They go, oh, it's a 4? I'm not picking it up. All right, man. You know? One dude told, and I'll never forget it, and one dude said, Basil Wolverton should have drawn my book. And Basil Wolverton, I looked it up because I know who the fucking dude was, died in December of 1978, man. Like, I can't bring the man back from the dead. I don't know, you know? Like, the Beavis and Butthead book that Marvel used to put out was fucking awesome in the 90s. It was one of the better books Marvel was putting together. You know? Nobody's going to give that fucking book a fair shake, you know? And you don't get books like that anymore because, you know, we just live in this thing where if it's cartoon, it's for little kids, you know? Yeah. Between us, I would have loved to have a hand in plotting the book just because, you know, I have my ideas, but it's hard as an artist to give even the people who hired you ideas because they don't want to hear it, you know. They're gonna, I mean, they got John Layman, the guy's won Eisner, so what they want to hear me for, you know. But you know, I just figure if the artist is gonna be putting in the 80 hours a week it takes sometimes to do this, maybe I get a say in what I'm doing if I would like one. Some artists want no say because they just want to do the work and move on. I'm not one of those artists. I want to have a say, you know. And then I'm willing to get the shit kicked out of me review-wise if my ideas didn't pan out. Man, guys, more often than not, my ideas pan out. And so it's just frustrating sometimes when you're like, I'd really like, you know. Rick says, Rob, I can honestly say in the beginning, I wasn't into this style. When I picked up the first show, I was actually blown away. I can see how much work was put into this IP. I appreciate that, Rick. I think the problem with cartooning is people make fun of. They don't have fun with. So I appreciate the technical skill that a book like, what was that? What was that parody Spawn book, Stupid, that Image put out back in like 93? It's very, you know, there's a lot of the cape design in that is freaking phenomenal, but it's making fun of Spawn. It's not having fun. And so I don't want to be the guy doing Mad Magazine. You know, I want to be doing Liquid Television with Spawn. You know, I want to be doing 1991 to 2003 Nickelodeon with Spawn, right? And so once, you know, we get further on into it, I think people see that, you know. And one guy was like, this is Nickelodeon. And I'm like, one guy was like, yeah, man, this is for like the 2000s Hot Topic person. And I'm like, yes, it is. You know, like it's also for the cat that used to watch, you know, Powerpuff Girls or fucking Ren and Stimpy or Eeks the Cat. You know, maybe they bought Juxtaposed magazine. I mean, there's a lot of fine artists that do oil paintings. They're actually cartoonists. Maybe my mistake in life was I just didn't paint on oils and do things big enough, you know. Like, I don't know, you know, but you know. But I mean, that's the nature of the beast. People are going to give their reviews. It happens. But it's just like, all right, way to reward people for, you know, put in the work. I can see this is a lot of work into it, but at the end of the day, I just don't really give a shit. So it gets a 5. I'm like, you know, that means I'm never going to work again, right? When you do that, you see how that works? Like they don't think about, well, you know, maybe you shouldn't, Rob. You shouldn't be working in this industry. It doesn't really have a place for you. Go draw fucking Yokai Watch comics. Go back to drawing Strawberry and Shortcake, Rob. You know? Metal Edge. And I'd like to get it more metal, man. I wanted blood and guts. So like that's something that like, you know, hopefully I can have a little bit more of a say in what we're doing. Because I'm like, guys, this needs to be more violent and fun, but fun violent, not gory violent. Like, you know, it's fun. Like Happy Tree Friends violent. If you like Happy Tree Friends, but drawn with an extreme level of detail. What world am I? I must be delusional. I think I'm delusional. Like the fact that I even think that that's something one should even put out into the world, you know? Like, come on, Rob, you know that's never, no one's ever going for that. Like, I hear you. Yeah. Can't say I didn't try. Percent down, I know. John's a good dude, man. You know, I just think like it's just tough. It's just, you know, but I got ideas. I got ideas for days. And I'm never gonna. I'm not gonna. I won't talk about any of them here because we might be able to get to do them. You know, once you tell people what you would like to do, you'll never get to do it. By the way, that's another word of advice for all you. Don't tell anybody what you would do with something because then you'll never get to do it. You know, the second you utter the words, it will never happen. I don't know why that is, but that is how it works. So, but you guys got to go tell Todd that. Like, don't go, Rob. Let Rob. Don't go. Rob said I should. Don't do that. You know, just tell people you love it. You know, I'd like to see more of Rob's ideas. No, don't tell him that. Then I'll get in trouble. We'll just see how it pans out. Hopefully the fucking thing sells. Just recommend people to buy it. You know, sad but true. Yeah, sad but true, man. That's what happened to you. Yeah, sorry to hear it, but that's true, man. The second you do that, it's never gonna happen. So, quite the bummer. So I got to figure out different ways to pitch things too, and I've been thinking about that. Like if I tell them what I want to do, that's never going to work. So I got ideas on how to get things across. You know? So a lot of the stuff I developed on Crash 5, I'm going to probably have to, if I got downtime, I will start to do what I did for Crash 5 for this when I pitch ideas. Because I told them what I thought the book should be, and I think they ignored me. And so it's like, it's still a fun book, but I think my premise would have been a little easier. it just required far less setup, put it that way. We could have been in and out in like 3 pages. But whatever. At the end of the day, it's fun. And John's finding a really good way to make the dialogue fun, you know? And he's got fun lettering. So I'm super happy that he jumped in on that, you know? Like he was like he's like he'll do the lettering so that it had that funness, you know. And I'm appreciative of that, you know, because that's the kind of lettering I like to do, you know. But it's like I can't. What am I supposed to do? Letter the book too, right? Letter, draw, color. All right, you know. Sure. So don't get me wrong, man. I love collaboration. I just like collaboration. That means we're collaborating. I'm not very happy in comics, man. I'm not very happy with the here's my script, you draw it. I don't like gun for hire. I don't like that. I'll tell you something else cool about John too. He was just like, "Hey, don't worry about leaving space for the lettering. All I can letter any art." And so like sometimes Todd's like, "Gotta leave open space, bud." I'm like, "Not in a bedroom." Not in a bedroom with fans, Todd. I mean, the people who buy your toys, do you ever seen what their bedrooms look like? You know? Want to see what my bedroom looks like? But I appreciate the loyalty, Rick. I truly do. You know, like there's a scene in the last issue, man, that could just be some generically drawn thing. I'm telling you, I'll tell you whenever it comes out, we'll revisit this conversation. But there's something that could just be just done. It's over with. But I'm like, how? It's the last part of the book, right? Like I want to reward some people here with something, like visually, you know. How can I do that? And so I had no answer to that until like last week, and now I'm like, man, can't wait to put that in there. You know, the long-term Spawn fan is really gonna appreciate this one. Hey, what's up, Kuya? Congratulations on your La Galleria workshop, by the way. I'm taking that workshop with next month with what's his face. Every year, like I take a workshop just so I can like expand the old talent, you know. I mean, I forget his name. I can't memorize these people's names, man. So I'll get it. It's yeah, Kritzoff Roslin. Kritzoff Roslin, yeah. And I've done John Lawrence. Am I going to Lightbox? No, I'm not going to Lightbox. No, sadly. Never gone to Lightbox. Never heard of it. Yeah, good stylized digital artist, but definitely thinks the way I do. So it's like, you know, I want to see, you know, if there's something there. Definitely thinking the way I do. So similar minds, you know. But yeah, I saw that you had one in there. I'm like, that's awesome. Super congrats on that. I take it, but I can only afford one workshop a year, so I'm sorry. I'm not. You're talented. What are you talking about? I'm not surprised. That makes sense. Yeah, I took John's because you know I work with John. Like, I never really got to like learn from John. You know, he was always off in his own corner. And so, like, right when we all got let off, when I was working at Overwatch, right, he did one right around that time. And that weekend of the thing, they were like, "You got to have this stuff turned in by Monday." And John was doing a weekend, you know, workshop, and so I couldn't participate. You know, I couldn't participate, and so like I told John, I'm like, "Yeah, man, I'm sorry." Like he you know he gave me the video, and he was like, "Yeah, you could send me, you know, your stuff, and I'll review it." I'm like, "No, man, that you know you didn't pay. No, I you know that's not your fault. Like, you know, just the way it is." Later, Rick. Appreciate bringing it out. You know. but you know. So this time it's like I'm going to be pulling late hours to get done with this book, so that way I'm free and clear for that project. Like, and if I don't sleep for a couple days, then I don't sleep for a couple days. But you know. So be it. I took Armand Serrano did one on Lasso Tool once, because I love working with Lasso Tool, and I'm like, I want to learn some from Armand, and it was a good class, but I didn't really learn anything, you know, that I didn't already know. And I was like, and there wasn't a lot of like with John's class, you know, he'd review everyone's work, you know, and there wasn't a lot of time for that. So Armand is great, but the class was kind of, there wasn't enough time to go through everyone's stuff. So he went through a few, like, you know, whoever was at first, and then it's kind of the way that worked out. But I did get a shortcut key I just forgot about, and that was Control Shifts Copy, select Control Shift Copy, where you can copy anything the screen sees. And that actually, that right there has created a tremendous benefit to my current workflow. So yeah, I use it all the time. Well, I forgot about it 20 years ago, you know, but like I do a lot of Control Shift B, paste in place, right? But it's not something I had my own way of doing that, but I was like, I just forgot, you know. So I was like, well, it was worth taking it just to remind me of that maneuver, you know. So the problem is, like, when I learned to use Photoshop for my work, I was using Photoshop in a Mac, but at home I'd go to PC. So a lot of the Apple commands I just forgot about when I'd come home, you know. But I do a lot of like threshold adjustments and adjustment layers with my line art to make the halftone lines complete inks now. And I'm doing all kinds of effects underneath the adjustment layers. And rather than merging, now I can just copy the screen, paste into new layers, separate the lines, and paste back in for a final thing, you know. And I don't have to like do the rigmarole of flattening layers and shit. Yeah. So it used to be like 9 hours a day on a Mac, come home 4 hours a day, and I just, you know, just forgot. There was a question. Let me see. Blue Devil, can I ask what you did for Overwatch? I don't want to talk about it. I didn't do much, Blue Devil. Sad to say, me and two other artists. I won't throw them in the pile because they had horrible experiences, so I don't want them to have to deal with it. But we were just brought on Overwatch 2 to initially do skins, you know, like anyone else starts out doing there. And it was not good. It quickly became apparent to me that they had no idea what they were doing. Like, when the excuse or the direction is make it more blizzardy or make it more this, and you do that and they tell you that isn't what they do, I'm like, you don't know what you do. You guys got your head. I've worked with studios that have their head up their asses, and I'm like, this place has their head up their ass. And I was, the person who got us the gig was super nice, and I'll never fucking like, you know, be unthankful for work, but they didn't want us there. It didn't matter what. I'm telling you now, people, not me, other people on the team made things that were brilliant. And when I say brilliant, they were brilliant. Take my word for it. They were brilliant stuff, and they hated that. When I saw them hating that, then I'm like, they just don't want us here. You know, it doesn't matter what we do. And that is the last time I ever change how I draw for anybody. It's why Kuya, by the way, I turned down the Lorcana gig when it came across my desk because I couldn't fathom going through another approvals process with a Disney-like company. In this case, Disney. Just couldn't, I didn't want to change my art style. Round it off, make it more Disney and stuff, you know? So I just said, thank you, I appreciate it, you know, did the whole thing. They don't reply to you, they just ignore you. But, you know, it probably cost me more work in the long run turning that down, you know? But the problem I have, guys, is, you know, 10 years ago, my mom and dad both died within a year of one another. And my mom died at 52 and my dad at 59. Now I'm 45. So it's like, if maybe I die in 10 years, I'm not spending it. I'm not going to spend my remaining years on Earth hoping a studio gives me an approval for the shape of a nose. You know what I mean? Like, I get some stuff. Hey, round the teeth off 10%. I get all that. What I don't get is when they just fundamentally hate everything you do. And now they want you to become one of their little stooges. And I'm like, I just can't do it anymore, you know? So I'm not calling any of you people stooges. You know what I mean, though, you know? Because the problem I have is, like, that gig will be over one day. And then now you got a bunch of stuff that isn't even representative of how you think. I think everyone's concept art or art portfolio should be representative of how they think. So they're hiring someone who creates, not just renders. When it gets into we're just renderers, then they can replace you with AI or whatever else they want to replace you with. LLMs. I like to call them LLMs. But like Todd McFarlane used to say in the 90s at Comic-Con, Marvel didn't really want to hire them. They wanted to own their art styles. If they could find a way to own their art styles, they would. And I'm like, with LLMs, man, they can own art styles now. So if I put how I think down on paper, very difficult to like mimic that, you know? How do you mimic a brain? Especially these AI things have no intelligence. You can't mimic that. You can mimic an art style, but they can't mimic the thought. So that's been like my dealing with it, you know? And then while I'm doing that, I'm trying to, you know, sometimes you have to flip. Like Spyro's nice and puffy and cloudy and Disney and whimsical. Fine. Crash is more Looney Tunes, 45-degree angles. Fine. But when it's like, Overwatch was so, let me give you an example. I like to do little, Kuya will know. I like to do little silhouette, not just silhouette, but little roughies, right? I like to blob stuff in, kind of draw over it, so it's like a rough blob. I design in color. It comes from t-shirts, right? I do a silhouette, I blob in color, draw over it. No big deal, right, Kuya? Right? Seems normal. Overwatch team refused to look at my concepts that way. They told me they only want to see sketch lines, that I was taking it too far, that I was taking it to a final. And I'm like, no, they're like, we don't do that here. Quote unquote. They said they don't do that there. And so I had to bust out the fucking page from the Art of Overwatch 1 where there's roughies. The art director of that game, he used to Danimation, right? Danimation from DeviantArt, right? Brilliant artist, been following him since 2002 or 3, right? These guys, yeah. So like that, I'm like, but you guys, yeah, it's not what he's called now. He uses his real name. It used to be called Danimation back in the day. He used to color Mark Brooks stuff when they were on Voltron and all the Dreamwave stuff back in the day. But like, so I know, right? I'm going back 20 years. Kuya. So I'm like, you guys did this punch. I didn't invent this. This is a technique of working, but they didn't want it. So I had to like take those things, and then I had to create like pencil brushes, you know, because he wanted to see pencil-y sketches, not just, I don't fucking know, guys. You know, I had to like draw over them and make them look rough to submit, you know? And it's like at some point, and then I was like, you know, I was getting notes on like this circle isn't circly enough and this square isn't square enough. I'm like, but I thought you wanted rough sketches. That's when I just realized they don't want you at all. This is madness. It's a path of madness, folks. We're going mad over here. I'm still angry about it. It's been 4 years. You know? So this Bane thing was my response to that. I'm going to draw lines. I'm not removing my lines from my final art, you know? I'm going to draw lines. I'm going to put shadows in. I'm not removing the shadows. You know? It's so juvenile. Like, why any of us have to go through this, I don't know, you know? I do not understand it, but it does happen. It does happen. You know, I'll spend the rest of my life just making my own comics and selling them on Kickstarter before I ever do that, you know, for like 150 people. I guarantee it. If I never get to work on anything important again, so be it, you know. But I will not go through something that makes me question my existence as an artist, you know. Because imposter syndrome is a problem too, right? You get a big gig and then you think you're not good enough. And then they tell you you're not good enough. And then you're like, imposter confirmed. It's not true. You know, I have enough time away from it. But at that time, I was like, no, I was right. I've never been good enough. I'm never going to be good enough. You know? Kuya says, yes, I used to have a lot of it back then. Yeah, I think what helped snap me out of it wasn't just this stuff. It was when that entire team got Me Too, not just Me Too. Like, I'm not saying that like they were in the right and they, you know, when people left, you know, I never experienced what those employees had experienced, but I'm like, yeah, the leadership here doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, you know? And so when they finally went away, I was like, it just confirmed to me that, you know, okay, I can't take anything they said seriously. I can't allow that to be the final word. It's hard to shake. It's kind of like sometimes, and this is not the same thing. So, you know, I don't have a good analogy for it, but this is the best I can think of. Is when someone like in the UFC or in fighting gets the shit kicked out of them, and they never quite come back to where they were before. And never, you know, because they've been beaten with an inch of their life. And they're unwilling to take risks. And so I just decided I'm going to get riskier with my art. I'm going to go even further with the cartoon. I'm going to go so far, it has no place in this industry. You know? I'm going to make the thing that will never get approved because no one else will make it. We'll do that. You know? I'll just get really good at it. For what? I don't know. You know, maybe it's the Gen X in me, you know? So I do appreciate the Blender tutorial, Kuya. I will be dealing with that when I'm ready for it. I'm not quite ready for it yet, but I will be ready for it at some point, like ready to commit the time and the focus, but I super appreciate it. It's all on my list, you know? At some point I'm going to be in the mood for that, but Jonesy says, it's also a good example of me looking, oh, you're too lame. Quality of life over longevity. Fuck. All right. I appreciate you. Jonesy followed me on the Star Wars podcast, and he's seen. I love you too, Jonesy. Thank you. Have any questions? Yeah. I appreciate it. I'll bug you right when you got your own life going. Like, hey, remember the thing you did for me a while back? I'm finally doing it. Like, some you have to like. I'm not in the place for it right now, but I will. Like, I'm most interested you know, like I do like shape design, and being able to take my shapes and make three-dimensional versions would be amazing. So I just have to have a spot for it, you know. Right now, my mindset is on a few other things, but it will happen. Sometimes it happens. Usually Christmas break. Sometimes that's when I go down. I get down that path of like, I want to learn something totally new. 2 weeks. Let's do a sprint. Like I teams myself, Kuya. I teams myself. And I'm gonna come in and we'll log in and just a team of one, you know. Yeah. I got my own Slack, I got my own Trello, you know, like you know, like for what I don't know, you know. I do miss going to an art department. You know, that's never gonna happen ever again, you know. I recognize that that's the world we live in now. But yeah, I do miss. Also, gainful employment helps, you know. It's always nice to have that, but versus save every dime because you're probably never going to make another for a year. But, you know, that's where I have to weigh in the position I'm in right now. Like I have to weigh how much do I learn production stuff and how much do I spend doing fine art kind of stuff, you know, like fine artsy kind of like commission paintings, because I could make $600 a day doing that, you know, versus production that might land me a $40 an hour job once every 3 years. So I have to weigh, you know, like my position. Everyone has their own, like, you know, position art wise. You kind of find your own groove, and my groove is always like, you know, don't stop doing the color pencils, Rob, because that will probably put more in my wallet this year than anything else. But I do love, I think three-dimensionally, you know, and I remember my last year in art college, I did sculpting. Like this teacher was like, you should really sculpt. I didn't do well with taking an armature and building up on an armature. Didn't do well at all. What I did do well was starting with stuff and the subtractive method of pulling away. And that's when I was started to create maquettes that were like shaped and had the right feel, you know? And so I keep thinking like, you know, had ZBrush been around at that time, I probably would have learned it then, you know. I just wanted to do low poly art at the time. And at the time, it was like 2003, 2002. And, you know, right before Warcraft came out. And they were just like, low poly is dead. You know, don't do any of that. And when Warcraft came out, that's all I was doing. Because that's why I was like, I want to work at Blizzard. This would be dope. I was rebuilding like Stormwind, you know, and Maya and stuff, and doing painted textures. And they just were like, there's no future for this. It's dead. You know? I know. Wow. And that's why I'm so... I really don't like it. I really don't like when people tell others what isn't going to work or is a dead thing anymore, you know? I'm like, no, you got to go where your Gitchy tells you. Don't listen to anybody, you know? Listen to your inner Gitchy, you know? You just started digital art. Yeah. Yeah, the thing I've focused most on that I've kind of like ignored over the last few years is people telling me to do things faster. So I just spend more time. I'm like, I'm not going to do things fast. You want to know how this got done? I'm going to do what none of you can do. I'm gonna do the thing that took 80 hours versus 8 because this makes no sense for production, and you know. And then I'll do my traditional art. I'll just get faster with that. So I have my own ways. You know, how long did this take you? This is crazy. Like, yeah, I know. You're just afraid someone's gonna ask you to do it. And then you have to get mad at Rob. Oh well. But yeah, no, man, on Lorcana, man, all that stuff looks great. You know, I love seeing the collaborations, like when John colors Nikos' stuff, and you know, so probably the best thing Disney's done since what do you call it? The Disney Infinity, was it Infinity figures? I always forget the name of that shit. Those were great sculpts, right? Infinity, right? That's what it was called. Probably the best thing that's come out of there since that, I think. But that's just a testament to all the damn talent. So much talent. All right, I'm at the 2-hour mark. I need to go stretch my feet, drink some water, do some squats. So give me like 5-10 minutes. Alrighty. I got another 2 hours to get the moving. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of Dan Mitch. I was thinking of Arnold Singh. So I got them all confused. But Arnold Singh used to color shit over at Dreamwave. I mean, he did some dope ass shit back in the day. But yeah, Arnold was the one in charge of Overwatch. I always get those two in my mind mixed up. I went back and looked at it. Because he used to sign his name Arn. I was looking forward to Arcane Season 2. This guy right here, I'm looking forward to it. Love that series. Don't really give two shits about the game. Love the animation. And that is the power of animation. You make a great animation you don't have to like. Man, I always thought Overwatch would just go straight to anime. Like, they would have had an Overwatch series or a movie by now. Fully animated. Yeah, I know. I know, right? So good. They should have done that Warcraft movie stylized, you know? Arcane showing everyone how it's done. I gotta use heckin' more. I like heckin'. Thanks for reminding me of heckin', Smudgy. I like heckin'. I'm a fan. It's quite degenerate. Welcome to the club. That's how we roll here over at Sketchcraft Incorporated. Sketchcraft LLC, sorry. Over at Sketchcraft LLC. I pay for it. Half the time people don't even know what you're saying. Yeah. I see your hacking. I appreciate it. I'm working on a story idea right now, and I've been working on it off and on for a while, but it's like Like I want to do something. You guys ever watched Nichijou? You know what Nichijou is? You want to suplex a goat? Yeah, I want to suplex a goat. There you go, Smudgy. Doppio, right? No, you know how it's like slice of life, right? Right? In like a sort of absurdist way. Like I want to do something like that, but I want to intermix it with like a let's play video, you know, without giving the whole thing away, you know. And it's like I need the slice of life stuff. And I don't want it taking place here. It's like a fantasy world, but it's like I need the slice of life stuff to be simple because the let's play stuff is going to be complicated. If I have a complicated world and a complicated thing, it's too complicated. It needs to be simple. So like I'm just like trying to solve how to do that. So usually when I'm sitting here working long hours, that's when I'm spending my time trying to figure out. But yeah, I want to suplex and go. I really love Nichijou. Like my favorite anime of all time is Dragon Half, but there's only like 2 episodes, you know? So I think Nichijou is my favorite, you know, given the amount that there is. Have I seen Noko-tan? No, what Noko-tan? Hey, now you're saying something new to me. Let me go look that one up really quick. I shouldn't take a break. Let me go look it up. Now I want to see. No, I'll tell you if I like the look of it. My dear friend Noko-tan. High school maintains a perfect student image. Luckily, no one's. Oh, the Deer Club. That's why. That's funny. Interesting. It's on Crunchyroll, huh? Well, it's got a 4.6 rating. That's pretty good. It's funny. Oh, she's a deer girl. That's hilarious. Hilarious. I'll check it out. I'll add it to the watch list. The name of the deer anime everyone keeps posting on TikTok. Yeah, Mario knows. He would know. Yeah, TikTok's the one where I'm like, no, TikTok for me is like, I'll never get any work done. The videos are too short. You know, it's too addictive. Can't do it. Can't do it. I love Konosuba. I saw Konosuba in theaters when it came out. You know, the movie. I've even read the light novel. That's how much I like Konosuba. It's one of those shows that's just literally about nothing. It's great. It's awesome. I know the anime. I'll check it out. I don't want to like, you know, copy something, but I am like struggling with like I gotta. You know, you can want to do something, but then you have to execute it. You know. So I'm just getting my head around doing that. Very Nichijou or Lucky Star in that sense. What's Lucky Star? That's a new one to me, Mario. What's Lucky Star? Lucky Star. Is that an anime or a manga? TV series 2007 to 8. Having fun in school, cooking, eating, playing games, watching. Lucky Star, huh? I'm not familiar with that 2003 to 2009. Like, I'll tell you about the end of Evangelion to the beginning of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is. I didn't watch any anime. I was working too much. It wasn't until like Death Note came out and Full Metal Brotherhood that I got back into watching with any kind of regular. So there's a big hole around that area for me, you know. That's some gap. Yeah, I was Because I was driving 2 hours one way to work at that time. Like, I was trying to make my career, you know. And that old recession taught me that you could plan all you want, but life has its own. 30 minutes was enough hell for you. There was one I kind of liked. It wasn't executed as well as I would wanted it to, but it was where they worked in a manga store. They were all wearing yellow. You know, it just wasn't as good as Nichijou or anything like that, but it was fun. I'll fix that. I'll fix it when I get there. Mega says, if we're talking about great comedy anime, oh yeah, Golden Boy. It's a little on the perverted side. Brilliant animation too. I'm not too into a ton of sexual humor. I'm not a prude. I'm a very liberal guy. It's just it seems too easy for me, you know. So when they execute it well, though, like Konosuba executes it well, I go, all right, you know, like this is clever, you know. Yeah, I mean Konosuba has its moments, you know, but it's like it's clever about it. Yellow chat. Banging music. Yellow chat. They making any more Ranking of Kings? Because I fucking love that anime. Stop making me need to watch. Ranking of Kings is awesome. Yeah, they doing more of that? I've been waiting for Made in Abyss for like 4 years. You and me both, but I know, right? Forever with Made in Abyss. I mean, that's got a little pervy side to it if you know what you're looking at, you know? And you're just like, you know, I let it go. I'm like, hey, you know, if it's legal, like, whatever, you know? But I love the universe and the music and the world and all that stuff. So, whatevs. I don't, I make no judgments. Minimus has its own problem. Takes like 4 months for one chapter. Since the anime is more or less caught up with the manga, it'll be so. I see. Yeah. I don't really, like I said, I personally don't care one way or another, you know, like whatever. But that's what it is. They've been waiting for the manga to finish. I see. I see. Oh yeah, everything's gorgeous. And it has the best, like that score, that music to that show is that's when I'm being myself. I'm just like, that's me, you know. Like I relate to it. Like that's how I live my life outside of this streaming. Penkin is the most great. Yeah, Penkin's great. And some dude from Oz. I know, but it works, man. It's look. I'm a huge fan of Hiroyuki Sawano. You know, I love his albums. You know, so like, I think Hiroyuki. Like, I was like, they should have got him to do the score to the Turtles Mutant Mayhem, right? Sawano from Attack on Titan. They keep talking about Attack on Titan. They should have got the Attack on Titan guy to do the damn score. You know. I do a lot of my own hand-drawn sound effects in the book, and it's like putting on my letterist hat some nights. I'm like, why did I do this? Why did I do this? Let's get it done. Are you a Chainsaw Man enjoyer? I appreciate the design. I didn't really enjoy the anime. There is a chainsaw spawn in issue 3. We've already shown off. So I designed a chain. I mean, it was handed to me to do. I didn't come up with doing it, but I definitely designed one. So we have chainsaw spawn as a thing now. Yeah, it's real. I think it's a brilliant design, though. Like chainsaw on the head, pretty cool. Just a little too nihilistic for me. I like some dark stuff. Like Grimgar's pretty dark, but there's hope. I don't know if there's hope in Chainsaw Man. It was caught with the manga. It seemed like it's better after the anime. Yeah. The last manga I bought with any regularity was Delicious in Dungeon. So I come and go on manga. I have very minimal shelf space, so I Megamar. There's hope eventually. Just gotta trust. Yeah. I couldn't make it, guys. I had to get out. No, I respect it, but that's why I think the best balance of dark shit with hope and humor and amazing animation is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Gurren Lagann, and Kill la Kill. Like those three to me have the best balance. You know. Jonesy says, major publishers are looking for talent at Comic-Cons. What if you have a kick-ass portfolio, but it goes against today's trends? I don't even think they're doing portfolio reviews anymore, man. I don't know. Like I used to go to Comic-Con and I don't know. Like I don't know. That's a hard one. You got to like come to them with what they're already doing. If you show them something they haven't already done, unless you're some brilliant illustrator, I don't know. How it generally works now is they hit you up, you don't hit them up. That's kind of how it works now. I used to go to cons to get work, and that stopped a long time ago, like 2012-ish. You love Fullmetal? Yeah, I'm an FMA guy. Samurai Champloo's animation is brilliant, but the story's not. It's not in the same level, you know. Yeah, Nujabes is great. Who doesn't love Nujabes? Yeah. Nujabes sort of invented lo-fi. Great part about Full Metal Brotherhood is you can start it at 2 different places. You can start at the beginning and watch it all the way through, or you can start it at the episode, was it 37, I think it is, with Hohenheim when he's at the fire. And it's kind of a flashback episode. So anytime they do one of those flashback episodes, but it also sets up his arc. So if you do that, you get Hohenheim as a protagonist, and it plays just as well from there. You missed the King Bradley sewer fight, which, you know, is probably the best animation in the entire series, but you can start there. So like that's, you do that and you get a whole Hohenheim series. Really, it pays off. You don't, then, you know, you can skip the dog episode. I do a rewatch once a year or so. I know. You still get that stuff there in a way, but it's not necessary because it's done through flashback, you know. So you get caught all back up. Just like I said, it just depends on whatever, you know. I mean, it's 64 episodes, so you can start it there though. It works just as well. I mean, Gurren Lagann does that thing where it's like it does the time jump. So I read once Hideki Anno was like, you know, he thought people after he did Evangelion would take up the mantle of robot anime and push it forward. He's like, no one did it. I'm like, no, they did. It's called Gurren Lagann. Gurren Lagann has the time jump. It has mecha. It has the prodigal son. You know, it has all that stuff. I just think it's a better anime than Evangelion. You know, people may not. This ending's still sad, which is, you know, some people may not like, but I mean, you get to watch them fight. They're throwing galaxies at one another at the end. The scale at which Gurren Lagann accelerates toward is unlike anything I've ever seen in my entire life. And, you know, it has probably the most motivatingly upbeat theme since the original Superman theme. The Gurren Lagann, like, whatever that, the brothers, you know what I mean? That, you ever feeling depressed, put that shit on. You know? Yeah, the Galaxy Shuriken. Who thinks like that's the bit, Kuya, Mario, in the Miyazaki documentary. He says opening up your brain lid. That's what he's talking about right there. The brain lid was open. You know? Love it. Love it. Highly recommend the Miyazaki documentary on Max right now. The Boy and the Huron documentary. All right, there we go. What is going on? Some nights, I tell you. It's like, you know what's fun? Once you get done drawing all the chains, you still got to draw the spikes. Once you get done drawing all the spikes, then you still got to draw chains. You know? And then you're like, how do I make the chains dynamic? And that's where most people default to chain brushes. I refuse to do it. No chain brushes. No chain brushes. We draw all the chains. No cheating. Chain shapes, chain shapes. I gotta watch that Terminator anime. I heard it's good. I mean, it's the same director who did The Ninth Jedi, so I'm not surprised. Definitely the best runner since T. I don't like T3. So, only like Terminator 1 and 2. So, sorry. Sorry on that one. I like the game though, that the one that was like that first person shooter that came out a few years ago. I thought that was pretty good. You guys ever see those like 2D animated Mario clips? Where it's like, it looks like the classic Mario Kart box art, but it was like animated. Like, back when I was on like real Twitter, before, you know, it got hijacked, I used to post those clips often. I always really wish they could make a cell shaded. They could do like an actual Mario Kart game that looked like that, not with like glossy cell shading like in Xenoblade and shit, but like that flat rendering with the line art and the bouncy stretch and squash animation. Mega says, I like T3. That was fun. I know it's a dumb meme, but never get over the idea of a killer robot feeling insecure about their butts. Yeah, I know. I hear you, man. I like Disney's Three Musketeers, but you know what I mean? I get it. I can recognize, you know. The anime. Sort of. Let me see if I can grab a link. Here we go. I found it. Here, I'll post this. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I want a Mario Kart game where it just looks like the hand-drawn art in 3D. Stretch and squash. Like the original box art, you know? We already got the high-res CGI version, you know? Like, they'll never do it, but, you know. Yeah, look how good it looks. I used to once a year on Twitter go, I really want the next Mario Kart game to look like this. Where the emphasis is on the animation more than the rendering, you know? I love that classic Mario box art style, you know? And I've worked on Nintendo like packages, like we pitched in Nintendo once, so I understand like their rules for that stuff. And I'm like, make a game that looks like that, you know, like the box art to Mario 3, you know? I was also showing my buddy. I'm a huge Buffy guy, right? And once a year or so, we rewatch Buffy, me and the wife, and so we're rewatching. And I was showing him the Xbox game. There was an Xbox Buffy game that was actually pretty good. Sarah Michelle Gellar didn't do the voice acting, but whoever they got sounded exactly like her. And they hand painted all the textures. So the character models, when people do 4K, they hold up pretty well. Like the game visually holding the story was actually pretty good. So it's like, I would love a Buffy series that looks like Arcane, huh? Of course, I don't like anything that looks like Arcane, but you know what I mean? Like, give me a Buffy game. Let's make another one. Get Joe Mad's Airship Syndicate to make it. Have you guys played Wayfarer yet? I haven't. I heard, is it good? It looks cool, but is it good? Jonesy, yes. Have you ever read the comic Criminal by Ed Brubaker and Sean Phillips? They're going to make a TV series based on cartoon starring Charlie Hunnam. Criminal. No, I haven't. If it looks like Invincible, I'm not interested. that Warner Brothers animation style, I'm not a fan of. Yeah, this ain't my thing. This criminal, sorry. Yeah, you could play as the other characters. You actually fought like a reincarnate or a version of the master and stuff. It's a little fan. Yeah. Yeah, criminal's not my thing, man. Sorry. Apologies, Jonesy. Feel free to share stuff though. I'll let you know if I like it. Doesn't mean it's good or bad. It just means, is it my thing? Is it my thing? Look, I'm the guy that when they made the year one Batman animated little TV movie DVD thing they did, I was like, no shadows, huh? No shadows? You're gonna do Mazzucchelli's art, but no shadows? I don't know about that. Rob doesn't agree. And then at the Wayfinders, no, that's a shopping site. It was like Wayfair, I think it was called. Wayfinder? Wait, one of those. I get the damn thing. It's got a stupid name. All right, we can all agree. Sounds just like that place where you buy IKEA online, right? But visually, beautiful game. It's like whoever at Sony thought to name their AI opera software Pisser, really, like, are you fucking with me or are you that stupid? Like yeah, it's called PSSR. Pisser. That's the acronym, Kuya. For the PlayStation Pro, like their version of DLSS, it's PSSR. Oh my, come on, guys! Like you, come on, right? Yeah, Wayfinder. Yeah. I mean, it's a stupid multiplayer game, which sucks, you know. But visually stunning, you know. Visually stunning. Like, I want just make Final Fantasy games that look like that. I'll play them. I'll play them. Surely it makes more sense in Japanese. I don't know. Digital Founders having a field day with that one. Mario says, "Oh, I've seen my brother play this game. Apparently, it was a failed MMO. Yeah, it's more like a they're making a Diablo. They should have just made. Like, man, I know they got the money. They got the money. They were trying to do a live service game. I can't blame them for trying to stay in business, right? But ideally, man, you know, ideally they'd be made. You know, it's I feel for indie studios. They're just trying to find a way to keep themselves going. But it's like hand the design of the next Halo over to Airship Syndicate. How about that? Wouldn't you like to see Joe Mad's version of Halo? You know, with hand-painted textures and that Joe Mad design? I mean, talented, super talented guys, super talented studio, you know. And it says, I prefer different styles based on what is to be illustrated. Humans, Voodoo, Wonder Woman's real cartoonist styles. Yeah, and I think cartoonish in video games with hand painted textures are still my preferred way. You know. Like, you look, if I had the Thanos Club, I could just make whatever I want to happen. I'd have Vanillaware making a 2D Metroid. You know, that's how I roll. And I'd have Lizard Cube making a new Shining Force series. You know, but huge fan of Lizard Cube, man. Love those guys. Brian Ficqua. Super fucking that guy. I love his art, man. Love Ben Ficqua. Love it. Do you guys ever see the concept art for Donkey Kong Country Returns? There was this artist out of Retro Studios who was a freelancer, actually. His fucking paintings were so good, so artistic, and not what the game is. And I'm like, just make the game look like that. When we covered it in Game Fan 2010, right? When we covered it in there, I got all of his art off his website and just did giant, because the Game Fan magazine was like 10 by 12 like Rolling Stone size, glossy. So I did like big 2-page spreads with this guy art, just filled with, and I turned all the Donkey Kong renders into stickers with scratches and shit. Put way too much effort into that stupid video game magazine. But yeah, that guy's stuff was so good. Because they have that Donkey Kong Country Returns HD thing for the Switch. I'm like, really wish you guys just made it look like that art. You know? Look better. I think he gave it an interview and he was just like, yeah, they weren't feeling this stuff. And I'm like, idiots. Morons. Nincompoops! Also, after like Unicorn Overlord or whatever, man, like whatever that's called, Overlord, Unicorn Overlord. Like, you imagine like them doing the Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics designs with like diorama 3D backgrounds, like the Vanillaware stuff. You imagine that? How great would that look? How great would that look? I'd buy 10 copies. That's no shit. I bought like several copies of Valkyria Chronicles 1 through 4. Even the PSP one. I don't even own a PSP. I was just supporting it. Love the soundtrack. I listen to it often. The one on 3 has like a Western soundtrack to it. Because someone translate Yoshitaka, that's never gonna happen, dude. That is not draw. That is not. I mean, it's almost two flights of fancy Yoshitaka stuff, you know. I'm not gonna say I'm not a huge fan of his stuff, but I'm not as huge a fan of it as some other people. I'm a bigger fan of the cat who did the art on Vagrant Story, you know, than that. But I hear you. I think they could have incorporated his art into the spells. Like when he casts spells and stuff, you know, you could definitely do that, you know. But I wouldn't want Yoshitaka. I wouldn't want Yoshitaka Amano's artwork and tactics. It doesn't. I hear you, but we can't let that happen, Mario. I'm sorry. I gotta shoot you down on that one. But I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the effort, Mario. Thanks for contributing. This is Donkey Kong riding Dunkel through an underwater arena. That's some awesome underwater. Yeah, that artwork's awesome, man. Like with the whole painted look too, you know, with the backgrounds, like giant pixel art statues, like the original Donkey Kong pixel art is a statue. Brilliant shit, dude. It's fucking brilliant. Like I still look at it in awe, you know. Like Nintendo really. Sometimes they get too corporate. I'm like, what happened to Nintendo that would throw down a Wind Waker just to piss off everyone, you know? Some of their games are just looking too corporate to me, guys. They're looking too corporate, and they're always saying how we won't do something unless it's different. And I'm like, well, all your games look the same. I love Kirby, you know, the mouthful mode and all that shit. It's brilliant gameplay. It all looks the same. It all looks the same. Wind Waker was made in spite. No, they made Wind Waker after they did the Ocarina of Time HD demo. And they were like, we've already done this before. It would just be chasing after graphics, you know, like graphical fidelity. So we're going to do something totally different. So they were making it out of spite, like playful spite, but they were certainly, that was made just to be like, no. You guys think you want this, but you want this. And I've actually played the HD demo they also did on the Wii U. at E3 when the Wii U was first debuted. I was at the E3, you know, and I gotta tell you, I'm not an Ocarina guy. I know, blasphemy, but I'm not. I'm more of a Wind Waker guy, but it did look brilliant. I would have played an Ocarina game that looked like that, but they won't do it. You know, and it was like a real playable version of that GameCube demo that wasn't playable. It was like a render, you know. I mean, I was there, Gandalf. I was there on IGN Live, IGN Live, when everyone was expecting the next game to look like that demo, you know, and it did not. People were angry in the chat rooms, guys, angry. My complaint, I have one real gripe about Wind Waker, and I don't understand what to think other than maybe it was a time issue. And it's this: you have a whole world made of water, and easily the best side thing to do in Ocarina of Time was the fishing mode. So much so, I myself loved the fishing mode. You can't fish anywhere on that boat. You know, you can't fish on the boat. You should be able to fish on that boat, and you should be able to go underwater. The whole sunken Hyrule should have been underwater. So yeah, it doesn't have to be like you're swimming around in it, but there could have been a version where you're swimming around in it, and you know, or that there's, you know, it's just that little playable area in the memory hole bit, you know. But the fishing alone, I thought, was a problem. Not being able to fish, guys. On a water world? Come on. What's the excuse? Other than time. They would have been like, we already did a fishing game. We're not going to do it again. That would be their excuse at that time, probably, you know. We've already done it. And I'm like, Kevin Costner model swap. Yeah, you can drink your own pee in Wind Waker. How great would that be? Now, who wouldn't want that? It's pisser technology. People would just come in on, what are you talking about? Like, PlayStation 5 Pro, pisser. It's crazy. It's a thing. All right, folks. I'm gonna put it up here. I got one more panel to do, but I'm gonna do it in the morning because I'm too tired. Too tired. And it's a lot to do. I got an easy character, then I got 3 difficult characters, and that's probably gonna take me 6 hours to do. And then I got a full day's work tomorrow on this. This was not an easy page. This is not an easy page. But I do have easy pages coming up. I'm just in the middle of the not easy stuff. So the next page should take me about 3 days, and then I got a 2-page spread that's going to take me the whole week. And then I got one last complicated page. And this one's got a lot of detail, but it's not hard. And then I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 easy pages. 5 easy pages. And boy, I'm looking forward to those 5 easy pages. And then I got 2 hard pages. And then I'm done. So, but we're going to be streaming a lot, folks, because it's talking to you folks keeps me from like looking at my phone when I need a break. So I'll be honest, it's, you know, I'm at a point now where I can't be doing that anymore. So I got to redesign. I'll talk to you about it, guys, when the issue comes out. But there's sometimes they throw me stuff and I'm like, all right, I could draw that, but what's special about it? What's special about it? Like if you say, hey man, a submarine appears, and it's a Joker submarine, right? Or a Penguin submarine, like in the Batman. And there needs to be something special about it. Can't just be a submarine that they're on. So it's like sometimes I struggle to figure out how to make that one thing special. You know? Yeah, I drew it not enough, Mar. That's the problem, Mar. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, guys. I'll be back on today. Peace.